YouTube side of things, and let's go in. Well, I should probably just take a gander here back over with the live things. Yes. Okay. Good. Everything is great. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. Hi again. It's me, good old Miletus. Oh, hold on. Right. I should probably close my Clip Studio pane. Nah, I think we'll be fine. Oh, sorry. I was editing the thumbnail before I went live, and then I remembered I was a little hungry. But I did buy some oranges. Also, I'm real sorry that I didn't stream on Monday or Tuesday. I had a bit of an event that left me bereft of my cellular device. So thank you, Donkey. Anyway, so yeah, so that was it. In fact, you know what? I'll actually go look at something else. Actually, well, also here's my there's my code again if you want a Limbus friend. Because also I could probably also check out my this is I like this one a lot. It makes me happy. Here's my company, freshly set out. We've got the blood fiend trio and fish, and more donkey, and the freshest. That does remind me. Did I put the Okay, good. Yes, I do have magic bullet on that one, and I do have. Yeah, I think that'll be the best ego for him. It's a good question though. But anyway, how's my week been? It's been all right. My food safety course got pushed back until like February, so that's unfortunate. But it wasn't, it's not the end of the world. What else have I been up to? Well, on Wednesday, we played more of our Solasta campaign, which was fun. We went up into the mountains near the Badlands or whatever they were called, and we had to climb up a couple of cliffs. But luckily, since I'm a big, strong bugbear, I just carried the whole cart because we also got a portable hole. I think it's a portable hole at least. You know what? Let me triple check here. Portable hole. Yeah. Yeah. So that's cool. Cause how much can these things hold inside of it? Okay, yeah, so it's just a hole. I mean, it's a 10-foot hole, so it's like a. Let's see here. If it's 6 feet in diameter, so that would be. Hold on. The area is pi r squared, if I remember right. So let me get out my calculator. So that would be. That would be. Do I not have pi on this calculator? Standard scientific graphing volume no area, maybe not a volume calculator, an area calculator. So then that would be 3. Oh, not square meters. I need to. Okay, fine, whatever. Fine, I'll just go with maybe if I go for a scientific. There it is. So if we get 3.14159, because it's pi multiplied by r square. That would be 9. So that would be our area. I just can't remember if you end up dividing it. So that's our that, and then it'd be 10 feet. I just don't remember how to calculate the volume. Either way, you can fit a lot of stuff in there. That's what we're trying to say. But we ended up finding a bunch of cultists, and then we snuck by because we're playing. We got a bugbear and a monk. Of course, we're gonna sneak past them and get ready to ambush them. I picked up one of their because they were Arvad, I believe, is their the evil god that came in with the humans, I think. There were a bunch of, you know, cultists of Aravad who were hanging out outside of their dig site rather than like in the probably warmer tunnel, which I found a little strange. I mean, either or, whatever, it doesn't really bug me. So our sorcerer struts up and he's like, "How do you do, fellow cultists?" And he managed to deceive them, despite the fact that his charm person completely failed. Oops. And then he was like, cool. How goes the digging? And then they were like, "I don't know, man. We found like a lamp. And then like two of our guys like died, and they're like, oh no, that's terrible." And so he went in to go and check it out. He was like, "I see, we've got a lamp." And then he came back and he was like, I'm trying to remember exactly. I mean, I know that we were planning on killing them, but I think it was I just can't remember what exactly was our command phrase. Oh no, right, we heard an explosion because he took the lamp out of the dungeon zone, so it exploded, and they were like, "Well, it's time for violence." So I picked up their shrine to their dark god and threw it at their cleric after we had also extinguished their fire using a Triton's Triton? The Tritons? They're the sea elves. Their racial create water. So I hucked the whole thing at him and beamed him on the head for like 20 damage. So that was a great time for me, mind you. I had a very good time. And then we've got what else was it that I did? Now I can't really think of too much. I think we basically just kind of yeah, and then we went around and wiped out all the cultists because, you know, we got a surprise round and none of them managed to be like, huh? Oh no. So we wiped the floor with like 9 cultists, which was not terribly impressive considering they had like 2 HP, like 9 HP a pop. And after they went down, we slept to the last 3, and we started interrogating and being like, cool. Now what are you guys here for? Orders from your nebulous masters, eh? And then the one guy who was about to squeal lit on fire. Yay! And so then we basically used the other 2 as like giddy. Well, we were like, what happened to those guys? And they were like, and so they, you know, clammed up. Unfortunate, really. But then we set them in, and then they exploded. Oops. They basically, if you end up like having a lantern and then you get 2 lanterns overlapping each other, they both explode. And so they didn't make it out seedless tonight. And then we went deeper in. We basically just got 2 lamps. One carried by an unseen servant, the other one carried by the backline fighters, I believe it was. And so we went into the scary cave. It was more of a scary man's house. But what we did was, while we were wandering around, we found a dragon. A big dragon. So apparently dragons in Solasta are, you know, like big lizards, which is, I mean, it wasn't the end of the world, but I managed to like slip past it by not touching any of its whiskers until I noticed that it wasn't real. It was just an illusion, smoke and mirrors. I only figured it out after I was like, hey, wait a minute. Breathing things usually have breath, and it's kind of cold in here. And, you know, a cursory sticking of the hand into its nostrils yielded no results. And so, we just all walked past it. We found a map. No. They've got much more limbs than a chicken. But it certainly wasn't a It certainly was. Well, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it was smoke and mirrors, the equivalent of a very high octane hologram. Also, hello again, Gublord. How are you? But let me see here. What happened next? We found a map. A map made of real dragon hide. They didn't really have much on it. But we also found a, hey there, you hey there. Is that Chowder? I think that was Chowder. Trying to remember. Oops. My apologies. But let me see here. And where was I in my tale? Right, yes, we were wandering around the chamber, because it was basically a big cylinder with a staircase going around it. And so we found like a mysterious indent in the ground. We were like, oh, this could maybe come up. But we were like, oh, how do we get this to open? I know, maybe we should do it in the darkness. And so me and the monk, we stood on it. And we were both like, okay, so when they leave, we're like totally gonna scream like we're falling down a hole, right? And he was like, yes. Unfortunately, however, we did not get to put our plan into action because not only did the thing not open, we were attacked with rays of frost by some thing. Luckily, though, well, rather, we were engaged in combat with two. Yeah, it's a good question. I would describe them as like gross things. Pretty much, they were like lizard men-sized. We didn't really get a good look at them. They were kind of covered in armor, and had mysterious magical swords. So naturally, we engaged in combat with them. I made liberal use of my second wind so that I didn't die. Managed to get patched up by almost to full. Yeah, granted, full is like 23 hit points, which isn't really that impressive. But the rest, I was engaged with one. The rest of the party were, yeah, pretty much. Exactly. It at least narrows it down from things that aren't gross and aren't things. So we've got like a good like a 25% of that pie chart. Maybe a Venn diagram. Good question. But anyway, so while our other compatriots were bludgeoning the one to death because apparently they were also immune to fall damage, which our warlock did not appreciate on account of he shot one and pushed it 10 feet off of the wall that it was clinging to, and it fell like 60 feet, and then we started kicking its ribs in. Then I don't want to know how they look. I'll be perfectly honest, I don't think we got a picture, but they were covered in like but they were covered in plate mail and wielding big mysterious necrotic swords. Yes, we're playing Limbus. We're also, I'm also going out for my because it's Friday, so it's my weekly tabletop RPG what's the word, recap while I let people filter in. So yeah. Also, right, because I ended up getting slashed by one of the critters with their big scary sword, which apparently deals a D10 plus a little bit of necrotic damage, which was not great, considering I'm a pretty tough guy, you know. I'm a fighter. I got like 23 hit points. I'm pretty beefy. I got like a 19 to my AC. That's pretty darn good for level 2, especially considering I'm wearing studded leather. Unfortunately, though, I was like, okay, I've got two options. Option A is hit it and hope that it dies, or option B is wrestle the sword from its hand, because I know that most humanoid adjacent critters have absolutely bad unarmed attacks. So I made the choice, and so I basically managed to grab it and wrestle the sword out. And I was like, haha, now I have your sword. Unfortunately, then, it took offense to that and tried using its foul magics on me, like inflict wounds, Fortunately for me, it missed. Because I think inflict wounds would have might have knocked me down, which would have been bad for me. But then our party managed to bring the other one down, so I was like, I'll just stab you with your own sword. I did like 15 damage to it. Bear in mind, I have 16 HP at the time. Apparently, though, it's got a feedback. So I ended up face tanking 15 necrotic damage with no save. So that was awkward. But then the rest of the party collapsed in on it, and I'm pretty sure the monk like caved in its skull, which is great for us. So the things were done, things were dusted. We got some like crummy plate armor out of it, so that's cool. And also when I say dusted, I mean they turned into dust. Because they decayed rather quickly, or rather desiccated into nothing, which isn't really how that works, but either way. And then we were left to think about how do we open up this mysterious thingamahoozit in the floor. So then we take out the map, and we put the map on the floor. And then we got nothing. Actually, no, I'm kidding. It turned into a not quite like a proper gate, but more like a yeah, they're basically waystones or fast travel thingamahoozits. As long as you've got the password for the one you're going to, you can go there, so long as it's active and you're standing at an active gate. Luckily, it had a bunch of gobbledygook on the map piece after it had poofed. It basically spat out, but luckily, our warlock has Eyes of the Runekeeper, so he could perfectly understand and speak it. Which managed to open the, activated the gate. So then we walked out, and then, oops, we're in a floating castle in the middle of the Badlands. And that's where we ended off with that. But yeah, that was our Wednesday thingamahoozit. That was fun. We also had meat biscuit, not meat biscuits, singular. It was a really big one because somebody, not me, did not drain out the beef properly, so it kind of disintegrated the biscuit dough. So instead of a jelly log, it was more just a more like a Well, thank you. I do sincerely appreciate it. I'm not really sure how I would describe it. It was okay. Granted, though, the meat was a bit on the tough and chewy side. What I'm saying is I probably would have used a bit. In fact, actually, probably a lot less beef, because I think the goal was like a cinnamon roll, except instead of cinnamon rolls, it's biscuits and meat. Kind of. Rather, it's biscuits with a swirl of meat in the center. But what can you do? But anyway, I suppose that's enough of that. So we'll just get right into the meat and potatoes of it. The meat was a double joke. Hold on, I need to collect this here. As you can see, my pass level is not the highest, but there's no better time. I mean, I suppose I could also do a cursory poll. Maybe just one 10 poll, just to see. Because if not, we'll just shard the rest of them. Darn. Never mind. We stay winning. Never mind. It's Gregor again. Hi, Greg. Anyway, that's our 110 pull of the patch. We're gonna be hoarding the rest of them for later. So I believe we go for Inferno. The event is open. Just a little gambling as a treat. All right. Well, let's get this party started. Oh, it's data collection. Sorry, the fire was a little. Got a little crazy. Difficulty is 7. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's send in the goons. Or do I want to go with Bones? Actually, no, I still don't have Full Stop Heathcliff up and running. So you know what? Let's go with was it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, we'll just send in the La Mancha Land crew. I'm sure they can handle it. Actually, hold on. I need a quick sip of water. Delicious. I left my water bottle over at my pal's abode, so I've got a repurposed big bottle of well, it had kombucha in it, but now it's just water. Anyway. I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. You damned imbeciles! What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered and nearly dead? Faustus attacked that entity first. The blame lies flatly with the others' delayed decisions. Apologies. Yet, concerned was I that do not dispose swiftly of that foe would... I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Damn it, why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oi! You genius! Orders was how the lass is headed and dangling from 1/4 of a neck. It was a necessary sacrifice to gain an edge in battle. Oh, maybe not how befitting of a hero it is to perish in the place of her compatriot. Donkey! Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of, "You're doing it wrong," but I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. If I tried, this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We are almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. Chip chop! I swear if it starts with donkey dead because of the plot, I'm gonna be very, Never mind, we're good. Oh no! It's thems! Ooh. Oh, this is good. Alright, well, let's start with that one. Goes there. How are you looking? Oh, you've only got one thing that you can outspeed. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm not gonna say that I would hold a candle to the actual VAs, but I do my best. Oh, we'll be fine. It's just the Leo Association. I wasn't even really paying that much attention. The only two that are like a problem is gonna be Rogia and Ishmael, and well, one's already staggered. Don't worry, Mr. Salt. I know you're doing your best. And Gregor. Alright, so let's go with there, and let's pierce. Fine. This goes over here, and then you go there, and then we'll have you pour it on to Mr. Gregor. Good. Just keep their sanity nice and low. Just that's the way I like it. And then Raggio's probably gonna get staggered here. And maybe not. Oh. Oh, hello again, beefy heads. Or Beffy heads. Alright, and I think... let's take a look. Oh, great, we've got a forest for the flames. What's your stagger threshold? Okay, 128. Well, luckily though, Gregor outspeeds you, which means that we're just gonna pour it on here. And we're just gonna hope that you two are enough to... Yeah, that should be enough to stagger. Alright, and then we can go for this, and then... let's go with... who's getting rushed down? Greg. I think he'll still count as intercepting that. I certainly hope. Actually, you know what? Maybe a defense will be better. But either way, let's get this party started. Oh, right. Good. Oh no. Okay. Absolutely perfect. Don't forest for the flames here. Because if we did have that, that would have been a little... probably not for the best. I don't think it would have killed, but it might have thrown a wrench in my works. Also, these tunes are sublime. Oh, I hate to be the one to tell you, Mr. Salt, but I don't think you're gonna win this one. Anyway. That kid's is why the oh, hold on. That went well. As expected of our executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Uh-huh. Thanks. Got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... I would have asked myself for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. There's got to be more to it than that. Sure there was. Not that it would have made any difference. Because, like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. Yeah, looks about right. Don't worry about Gregor's damage. That was mostly all self-inflicted anyhow. A regular health checkup. Wow, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body could make a sound like that. Huh? Oh. I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to make them... Can't seem to do them without making these noises nowadays. Huh? What do you mean you can't? That right there's the creaking sound of time's ravages sink. Whew. I know Dante's been turning the clock to rewind our time, but I feel my joints are starting to grate. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes a toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Honglu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's got to be the oldest of us by a lot, right? Hunglu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden, stifling halt. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach that subject, but you just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. That's... tis not to concern thyself with, be not so. Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oi, Scoot! That's my designated seat you're planting your arse in. I'll whack you. On the other hand, here's this guy without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he even remembers what just happened. Oh well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly? Don Quixote, I'm sure you can... I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him, and... Right, now that that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chinwag to a minimum, eh? Seems plenty villainously... Seems plenty villainously dickish to me. Anyways, am I the only one thinking it's about time we got the thing? The thing? Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Deathmatch. Not that. Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by that big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he's making a request for a vacation. Yep. Absolutely yep. Let's all go to a spa or something. Relax. Get massages to loosen up our muscles some. Please. Still have expectations for our employers. Aha! I recall that young Mersault had given thee quite the exquisite massage, hath he not? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscle groups and nerve structures of the human body. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Thus understood it was the philosophy of Mersault's physical therapy that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Virgilius? Yes. I knew this day would eventually come. Day's here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Rodion's observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exacerbating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. But what could it possibly be that needs this much buildup? In other words, it's time for Limbus Company's GULP, dramatic gulping noise, regular checkup. Regular checkup? We did get a call from the higher-ups a while ago, requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously hounding us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it myself, but sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around, getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company. Regular checkups are Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is. Julio, you got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go! No. Not the regular checkup. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Rogia. I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's only one left standing. Locked. Blood of my colleagues, the only key to escape. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced, abject horror at the suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke now? Mike's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have annual health checkups back in school, too. What kind of checkups? They'd put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. Prithee, wherefore do they seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? A full knowledge and analysis of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so that don't explain shite about why you need to know that, does it? Why did they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals just to see if someone's got lice in their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. So I'll keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they test us. Otis confidently marched up to the front of Otis confidently marched up to the front of other sinners with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect a true authority amongst us. A true authority. By your parlance, true authority. Could it be that you are questioning whom among us is our leader? But I'm standing right here? I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt towards Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay. But this was not always a topic of great contention among us. But was this not always a topic of great contention among us? That which of us is most fit to command this squad of sinners? Isn't it Ishmael? or maybe Faust? That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of the glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where's your readiness for self-sacrifice? No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? Aha. So, to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last sinner standing? Silence fell upon us at Honglu's succinct summary. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it. I'll give you lot one hell of a fight. My fist used to be bloody infamous in the back streets. Fine. That's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Guys, this isn't Okay, so where are we off to? The excuse me. The regular checkup takes place at... The sinners seem to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed. But Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. Actually, I think that one's more, what was it? The film of the same name by, was it Beat Takeshi? I think it was Beat Takeshi. Granted, that was all about people in a heist. I think they were in a school killing each other. But either way. Hold on, let me just double check here, make sure I didn't skip anything here. Sinners seemed to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the checkup entailed, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company? Yes. Oh. Finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant, thou sayest? Yet my heart is faintly prepared. Prithee, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. Where's the HQ, anyway? Hopefully it's not too far from here. It's actually in Elcorp's old nest. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles. You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? I shan't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. Or, due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Or an unexpected closure mid-passage... Or an unexpected closure mid-passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least we won't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to the back door? A close assessment. However, it would be more accurate to say that the back door was merely used as a reference. How did you even make the time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? LCA and Faust established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the back door. Yeah, I think Riosh is definitely itchy to start killing people again. New wing. Are they looking to take over Elcorp's vacancy or something? Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. W Corp. Is that so? Makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late. I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers already featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see. So, they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But does it plant a wing even before it falls on its own? Now that's certainly peculiar. They must have something, a scheme perhaps, in the works. And to ally with such ambitious parties is Is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Autis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles both internal and external, having fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere the advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but it eliminates the corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another. A portal, if you will. Ah, so you resolved all the aforementioned side effects, then? Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or in other cases the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. There has been much progress in the stabilization efforts, however, minimizing pentasection incidents. Pentasection! Oh! Oh! Sorry. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Bisection certainly is an improvement over pentasection. Thanks, you, sir. They both sound equally awful to me. I would not behold my own left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far apart upon our coming to the headquarters. Well. All this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? Got no windows, though. How tiresome. Now, off the bus. Now get out of here, you scamp. Woo! 40 lunacy. The vehicle. Once we disembarked at the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. This is... Assistance from P-Corps in the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means... In cohorts with young Sisara, are you? Oh, day! Much did I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion, of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair for thee to meet her all by thy lonesome, young Faust. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Worry thee not, for thou hast availed us the sites of Limbus Company headquarters. Thy tit hath been tatted for. There are numerous reasons for which you were yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover the subject here. Glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters, brought upon by frequent transnest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Why'd you say all that if you were gonna explain anyway? Wait. More importantly, what's that about collaborating with P-Corps? No, here we go again. P-Corp singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh, right. Didn't Miss Cesara Didn't you say that Mr. Sarah told you something about how the principle of P Corp's singularity is a lot like how La Mancha Land works? Right. La Mancha Land was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space-expanding singularities? It's... how should I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane of a city tech for P-Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That was quite the intelligent question. Compliments! How nice! Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is a commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention making use of this space expansion technology, but isn't a P-Corp singularity, would be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P-Corp's space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. A perfectly protected construct, its interior sheltered from the world outside, no matter how severely its exterior is battered. To have a sound structural integrity no matter what, its interior safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the more expensive the P-Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilized P-Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Huh? Dang, why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So, a Deviat Association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into the courier trunk and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, the story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about that scenario where... Hey, come on. Sometimes a story is just a story. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations were added to HANA and Deviat Association's rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W-Core shares a degree of similitude. Parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safer manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics of communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument? As I expect, that would be trouble on its own. Has that detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with the Limbus Company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in the nests across the city. In summary, as we have Wing getting into conflict again, then the super secret Limbus... Yep. Hidden somewhere. Perhaps the space between spaces. Oh, is that one not showing up on my... That's a little concerning. Oh, hold on. Let's see here. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here, developed using P-Corp and the aspirant W-Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. This technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilius gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Faust tinkers with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle. and the giant door from earlier begins to tremble, making a loud noise. Oh, wherefore is that gate over yonder shuddering so? Energies now linked are routing toward the gate. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low, droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Alright, hold on, I'm gonna grab another sip of water. A lot of chit-chatting, and it's a little dry. As in, like, it isn't like, you know, the air, not like the dialogue is dry. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. This is the floor of the LCE department. LCE? Hopefully we'll get to proudly stride in through HQ's front gate one day. Wherever that is. Chapter 5. Or rather, Part 5. Sorry, Part 4. Oh, hold on, what does this say? I can't quite tell, but I think that says cello here. I mean, it's in Roman script at least, so I could, if it was only a little less ink splotchy. But either way, yeah, we'll leave it to the La Mancha crew. Think it's in French? You know, that's a good question. Huh. Maybe that's... Right! What? Are we waiting for something to happen? Or are we all suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Honenheim, the chief researcher of this company. To be precise, he is the chief researcher of the LCE department. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Yisang and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our status as sinners. Someone must stay behind to continue the research after all. Aha! So, you two are friends? While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship, it could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. Ah! I am in agreement. For the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that our department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail. Yes, I was very well aware. I am also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us the same reply over and over again like an answering machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus Company Sinners. I'd like to say, hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed! It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership. especially when communication issues come into play. Well, sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language. So I do commiserate. How odd. Their clothes are... Ah, yes. Allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Elisa, two of the few researchers directly in my command. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? You say that like he's not also wearing one. Ah, happy to have someone who recognizes them. They like gears scavenged from the former L Corp? While there are partial similarities to their gears, enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions. Successfully, I might add. While the news of the production of Ego Gear in Limbus Company style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person. So you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions in Pekatula, too. Indeed, as they are containment and research subjects for LCE department as well. Yep. Ardor Blossom, Lantern. I think we're probably going to see more of it. House closely observed the Ego Gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it. Like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, piss off! Oh, I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. Oh, hold on. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back on the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you express. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Faust also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, he just pressed something. Emergency situations? The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius, and Charon. What the hell? This is just an ambush. Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors and response in case of a surprise attack. So, ambush it is. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with their flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Charon and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Faust once this is over. Charon wants cake too. Oh, hey, yeah, we've got some leftover cake from our last office party. Come this way, please. And then Bloody appeared and led Virgilius and Charon away into a nearby office room for cake. Meanwhile, elsewhere... Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Whew. Let's get this done. You're gonna have to communicate with hand signals, Dante. Oh, hold on. The purpose of this evaluation is to measure your combat capacity. Well done. I didn't even get to lead this. But I suppose it's neither here nor there. Ah, perfect. Excellent work, win rate button. Oh. And at least it's just Wrath Pekatula. I think this is, yeah, these are Wrath. Just follow the flow. After all, this flow cannot be stopped. Or whatever it is Virgilius says. It's been a hot minute since I've actually read Leviathan. Yeah, I'll have to read that. But either way, I do like Hohenheim as a character, at least thus far. Please don't light the poor Roja on fire. They seem to be going with a lot of fire this time around, because I noticed the first one was well, I guess it was an Envy Leo team, but then we had, yeah, we'll just go with this. This will be fine. Maybe. Except, of course, the pesky things have counters built in, too. Except now they're dead. What a surprise that Dear Sancho is, of course, you know, the strongest. Okay, never mind. I guess they're just throwing whatever Pekatula they have at us. This should be fine. An Envy Leo team? Yeah. Yep. I mean, at least that's what it was on the first encounter. Also, hi, Moldy Cheese. Well, glad to see you. We're just tearing through the new Limbus company event. This is our second fight thus far. We've managed to actually find headquarters, which I'm thinking is probably being run a little bit. I'm gonna say it's probably being run with a higher safety standards than old L Corp, but I don't know yet. Okay, so what are you attacking? You're just going for Autos, so we'll do that, and then you can handle that, and that should be fine. I mean, heck, the next attack's probably likely to bring them all down to stagger anyhow, barring if I'm quite impressed. I managed to roll a lot of tails. Oh, no. Yeah, no, the Envy Pekatula was all burn. I've just been tearing through with the La Mancha land crew. Because, you know, why not use the old new hotness? Ah, I see. Oh yeah, that's understandable. After all, I certainly know I do that, where at least when my stream is wrapped up, where I'm like, hi! Going to set this to watch, but I am going to go and eat. Because if I don't, I will starve, and that's not good. Excellent. It does not seem that the Sinners would be capable of defeating the Pekatula without a direct command, eh? I think that's what he said. We went through various tests, including command ability trials using Pekatula Invidiae, I believe. Ah! Manager Squire! Hey ho! I have attained a score most perfect! To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote in a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further into my studies? Hey, Isang, Bud, they were testing our Fixer Association knowledge, huh? Totally! Honestly, she's got more than enough Fixer fixation for the entire bus. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? The look in their eyes? How strong they look. Bloody hell, this isn't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. You are? Mersol? We were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness tests for all the sinners. We can finally get started on the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it was very productive. We know a lot about you guys that'll help us support the LCB going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please, form a line here. Like this? Let's get this over with. Looks like we've got a long day ahead of us. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. Right, I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. To sleep. They're LCE property, so you better return them as soon as you're done here. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness here, but Dante won't turn the clock for just me, you know? Turning of the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of an unfavorable habit. Perhaps Merceau can remedy your pain. I'm always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Please, stand still. If you think I can't see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. But my heels are on the ground? Hi. And, can you snuff out your cigarettes before the test begins? Oh, this isn't lit. It's just there so I can look cool. Uh-huh. And what about bold but scram? Okay. So the basic group tests are complete. Love Gregor. I seem to have forgotten something quite important I had to establish prior to beginning the tests in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. You got 2 of them already, right behind you, if you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Honenheim's assistants. We're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course. There is much that distinguishes these 2 occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Rodia suddenly raised her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it. It's just not my vibes, you know? I'll take a researcher job, though. I'm a big fan of her style. Rodia trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What? What are you doing? I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Honenheim implies that the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting 2 smartasses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school, a diligent model student who assiduously, I think that's the word, assiduously facilitated the tasks of the class president in what's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? Do you fellas actually want to be his assistant? Getting in the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know? I kind of felt like I had to apply for the position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. Here there, orange-head sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Greetings, Mr. Honenheim. Yes, you must be aware, if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at offices and associations. You'll have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get a chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? Didn't know you were still holding on to that hope. I called on you to ask you to move, but you are standing in front of the sinner I chose. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent-mindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Huh? Me? Me? It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but why? I'm right here. Why would you pick someone like... It is a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? A perfect descriptor for our friend here, I would say. Well, of course. After all, somebody has to be... Well, I mean, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure Ishmael was... Was she... At least in the original book, Ishmael was from Virginia? It's been too long since I've read Moby Dick, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. But remember, he's always been pretty sharp, Heathcliff. Just not exactly the smartest. But sharp as a tack he is. Fight the bat. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than the sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, Yi-sung. You were kind of looking forward to getting picked, weren't you? It is but fate that things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. Oh, my poor boy! Oh, I need a quick sip of water. Oh, how could they do this to my poor Yi-sang? And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past. Oh no! I don't know. I think he's just a little like, oh, I'm old. Yi-sang replied with a particularly downcast look. Yeah, exactly. But anyhow, let me see here. I'm glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Righty-ho. What have I got to do now? Oh, nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Now I see what he's doing. Honenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Anyway. Yeah, something tells me I'm gonna have to pop one of my boxes. One of my many, many boxes. Oh, look at that! Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Look at those. Oh, that's cool. Right, you there. Get in line, single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? Yeah. But I'm the assistant. Since when do you wear glasses? Glasses are basic apparatuses of all researchers. Look, slightly pushing up on the glasses helps to put on the air of a studious, learned individual. Like so. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. Oi, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be, lass. Snuff out that cig in your mouth. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Blimey, can't you just do as I say for once? Huh. He's actually pretty effective. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests. Finally. Primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I see. So they're trying to see how much they've progressed since before they joined the company? I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. If I were to speak for myself, Executive Manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person and in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? Oh, this is nice. I like this song. Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations on worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now, I have come to accept certain things as they are. Oh. And I've come to, sometimes, allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reason, floating away, gently, as though on a rolling stream. Is that not quite pleasant? Okay, I guess that is progression of sorts. He has to be. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. Every Yisang must be happy. That was also a really nice song. I liked that a lot. I'll have to go digging around for it later. My grip strength is much stronger, too. Ooh. Look. I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us, because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger, too. That's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know? A brutal year, yes. Sorry. A brutal year, yet so potent with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Like glue. Huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart to heart. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged? In other words, all your abilities have been brought down to the... to the same general level as our 11th sinner here. Why am I your point of reference? If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer like glues, then I suppose it was quite the apt choice of words. Oi, take that back. I take it back. Not. You're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Ah, Sink, is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether? That's it, you bloody cut. Excuse me. I need to know why this happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Hey, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed. One of the powers of a golden bow is... One of the powers of a golden bow is connection. You're now all fairly, evenly, and equally... mediocre. Honenheim's comment and the subsequent stare seemed to be a bit targeted. Think of it as something akin to Clyfot's deterrence employed by the Lobotomy Corporation. So the truth is finally revealed. That's why I, Autus, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Art thou implying that thou hast always known? Of course! Had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? And we're also prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murderous arm has been quiet ever since they hired me. Didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Oh, Gregor. Oi! What's the use of all this chatter? What matters if we've all been brought down to the level of the lad? But I got calluses on my palms. Yet, not all the golden bow's effects must have been of detriment to us. Yusang started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Was it not the advantages granted to us by the golden bow impaled in the pallid whale of the great lake by which we triumphed? What? Really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can also be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked Heath out with one punch if I was only as strong as Sing. It's a real handy trick, you know? Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the golden bow. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Ah, so that explains Ryoshu's impressive blade... So that explains Ryoshu's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at the T-Corp factory. Won't waste my breath boasting. But need a little bit of... You never do, anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of these tests is to measure that very difference. So, what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan. Is it going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology? We spent some time out of our busy schedules to tailor each test for a sinner of the LCB. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailored tests for each sinner, huh? I don't really like the sound of that, if you ask me. We will utilize the Pekatula and the distortion phenomenon. Huh. Doesn't sound like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, you thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant! Alright, that's enough chatter. Now get in there! Yeah. Oh, hello there. We're doing just dandy. Well, I like to think we're doing so dandy. I'm doing dandy, at least. Going through the marvelous misadventures of the fresh Limbus event, fresh off the presses. Actually, you know what? Now that I'm looking at this. Letter X. I mean, I guess technically that would mean... Let's see if there's anything else here. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. Letter X, because I think Mersault's canto is gonna be X, right? Right, hold on, let's get out the boxes. Oh! Well then in that case, you know what, let's go gambling. Got plenty of juice for the old Ting Tang gang. Perfect. Then we'll just make liberal use of A. Sinclair. I feel like the one who shall grip is probably gonna be my best bet here. Just because, and you know what? Just double check here. Yeah. Let's just give him a quick little up tie. Might as well get that out of the way since it's been a long time coming. I should probably also actually make sure to have these IDs equipped. Ting Tang Gang, any other fun egos I should be using? I don't think so. But yeah, things are going well. Alright, let's get this party started. Not really going to be able to use my resonance, but I think they'll be fine. Let's see, first one on the blocks. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Right, you and you there, inside now. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed towards Honglu and Sinclair. Hello? 1, 2, testing, am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Pecatula are entities that have failed to even distort. Seems like we'll be fighting the Pecatula again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means that they don't pose any danger to anyone. Why is he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oi, we've been slaughtering countless scores of these sorts, so what's the hold up now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission, and... Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life... Sorry. Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories even from yesterday. So, who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1, family. 2, friends. 3, colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues. Dante says 3, colleagues. Honglu is practically swished against the containment unit window, holding up 3 minor spelling mistake, 300 lunacy. Anyway, 3 of his fingers, or maybe his 3 fingers. He must have heard us talking. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners. Not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the going gets easy. When life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus, I find these reminders to be quite useful. These sinners bound to Limbus Company are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Or would it be easier for you to accept that fact if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... Translations are unnecessary. I think I get a picture of what was said given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts to gain something to your benefit. Am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Else, is he usually? Yes. This is his usual demeanor. Hello, I know I'm not the one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We are severely behind schedule. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Pecatula projected onto this glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge, so if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level is to be... Then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. Oh, this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of Pecatula. As far as I am aware, the highest stage of Pecatula you observed was in stage 3, so far at least. Wherefore didst thou utter a little muttering of so far at least at the end of thine words, good sir? Sharp, fairly simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Pecatula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed. We prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyways, the first type of mini Pecatula to be covered today is Pecatula awry, a red Pecatulum of wrath. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there is nothing left to be burned. I see. They're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Homeglue. That's... because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Ouches bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay. I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step on Heathcliff's toes, but what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that is exactly how it is. I have another quick sip of water here. Oh, yeah, and we start with... Alright, good. Alright, what is this, though? Oh! Boiling Wrath, every turn start, gain burn equal to coin... equal to... Okay, so we're gonna have to, Alright, well, let's start with this. Start with that, and then you... Actually, hold on. Okay. So then we can intercept you, and we'll just get this party started here. This should be fine. Especially since I think Shank's gonna be able to, Yeah. Uh-oh. The little German man's getting a little too emotionally stable. He should be very concerned. Might be alright though. Or at least ought to help wearing down my, never mind. Alright, and we'll just get these self-destructive purges rolling. And we'll just offset that. Okay, maybe I should have gone for... Kind of had to struggle with these nodes since I had to think of which ID would fit the type. Let's go gambling! Ah, well. Perfect. So I think we'll be alright. Though in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have taken the one who grips. I did not quite think we would have that. I mean, at least we're not taking much extra burn, so I think we'll be okay. We'll just have that go over there. And you know what? We'll actually just pour it on a little here, and we'll just put the rest. Actually, come to think of it. Should be fine, right? And as long as those don't actually use DSA Honglu on account of the burn damage. It's Ting Tang or nothing. Ah, it's the big guy. I remember you. Oh. Alright, let's see here. So you're going there. Oh, we're also dominating across the board, so I think we'll be fine. Okay, so first things first. Yeah, we'll just have... Actually, we'll have this go here, and then we'll have you go there. Oh, but we outspeed him across the board, so that's fine. Okay, perfect. So I can actually just have you pour it on here, and then you go there, and then you won't actually gain any sanity. Here comes the Crimson Chin! You know, in hindsight, I probably... Yeah. Oh, he's staggered. Oh, well. Hi! Can I help you? What are you doing? Okay, perfect. But I think he is staggered, so we should be... You know what? Let's, hit him with ego, and then with one of these, and then... Yeah, it should be fine. There we go. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, except now he's got 4 lined out there, so let's go with this, and then we'll go with branch. Ooh, that's a little concerning. Okay, okay, hold on. He's outspeeding us. Where are all these going? Okay, so if that one's going there, then we'll just have you counter that, and then I guess I'm just gonna pour it on over here. It's a very fast Sinclair. Okay, good. There we go. Barring the counters. Boy, he sure likes counters, doesn't he? There we go. And then with the 12 from there. Enjoy your free stagger. Oi! No! Oh no. This is rather unfortunate. Well, that deteriorated quickly. Not entirely sure how he got that first counter off. Alright. Well, unfortunately for you, now that I have some vague idea of what's actually going on, yeah, we'll still just bring the Dawn office. Just since he's one of our creme de la creme. Hi. What are you doing? Counters! Especially since I can't offset those. What? Why do you scream? Yeah, try these on for size, you big palooka. Then we'll just hit you with a good old-fashioned let's go gambling. Oh, and I don't even get any support. Ooh, no. Clear encounter with all allies above 50% HP. I see. Alright. Yeah, I might have needed to read that one. Admittedly, I think the only time that we fought these is when Virgilius had to step in, at least with the big man. At least that I can recall. Well, I mean, the thing is that, you know, because we had, because these guys are going down so quick. Alright, and then we can, yeah, we'll just go with the stab. We'll keep our big gambles for later. That's right, go tear through them, Philip. Claire. Hey, look at that. That's already much better. And sure, are they going to be able to resist that? Yeah, but, you know. That's what the just destroy them is for. Get this party started. Just go the opposite way. Oh. Thank you, Sinclair. There we go. Should be able to tear through them on this turn then. Actually, we'll just go with this because, yep. Don't want to go losing any more SP than I have to. Then we'll just have you focus that, and we'll just keep going. Come on out. There we go. Yeah, as long as I don't, you know, get staggered against the next guy, I think we'll be fine. So I might... Oh. One's going a wee bit slower, but I think that'll work out okay for me. There we go. Alright. Let's just pop Superbia here then real quick. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I wonder where my glove will go. Let's have this go that way. Actually, you know what is your... Oh, ineffective across the board. We don't know what, Oh, if the target has 6 burn, reuse this skill. I see, that's why. Well, that's mildly concerning. But we do have Gaiety going up, which I'm... Okay, yeah, never mind. I think we'll be okay. Maybe. Oh, never mind. Well, now he's staggered at least, so... Well, I actually think with our gambling, man, we might just be able to clutch this out anyway. Nice counter coin, idiot. You know what they say? Luck correlates with skill. Great work, Hongaloo. That's why we pay you the big bucks. And we got the EX, and we got the mission out of the way. I'm not entirely sure where the extra... I'm not entirely sure what the mission was. Oh, okay, never mind. It might be for... Okay, yeah, those are our EX objectives. Fun! Defeat the Pekatula within the turn limit. Okay, well that one's a little blasé. Alright, let me get my think funker on here. Yeah, it should be fine. You know, it just occurred to me, I didn't even make use of Superbia. Darn. Oh, darling. Next up, Gate 3. Get in there. Indoor voice will do, but we can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now, let us discuss Picatulum rigite. Picriete? Slow. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Surely there is no better symbol for sloth than them. Is a vision to live within the bounds of rigidly established routines. Getting lumped in with these two is making me real self-conscious all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy, incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Faust, Gregor. Should Faust become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Trotting alone into danger poses. Too late. This will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. Gun! Shoot them! What? What do you want? You want to look at this orange? Hold on, give me just a second. Alright, let me take a gander here. Yeah, 9 turns, I can probably handle that. So first things first, let's start cracking these guys open. I'm not gonna be able to cook off a yield my flesh here, so we'll just wait. We'll just wait on that. Get our SP nice and high, so that I can reliably lose that clash. So I'm starting to There we go. Starting to wonder if maybe I shouldn't have packed the, Nah, I think this will be fine. And then, yeah, we're firing our gun here. We'll just have you... Yeah, we'll do that. Perfect. All things weren't expected in this situation. Well, I don't suppose there's any need for me to... Now we're talking. Alright, so we'll just have you pour it on here. And then we've got a bunch of yield our fleshes on hand. Alright, what you rolling? You're rolling too high. I don't want to do that then. We'll save the big bursts for... And then yeah, we'll just shoot them with our pirate gun. Bullets are pricey. Indeed. It looks like we're solidly outspeeding them, so I think we'll be okay on that front. That's better. Okay, so we'll have one there, you go that way. And then, actually, yeah, we'll have the draw of the sword go there, and then we'll have you go here. And we'll just pour it on. This is what, turn 5? There we go. Does not really leave us a grand amount of time here, but I think we'll be okay. Oh, let's see what the big rock's got. Fascinating. Nothing of note. Actually, these rising sloths might be just what I need. And then we'll just, So then we'll also take that, and then we'll just have Gregor clash with this one, and then we'll go this way. Okay, and let's see. I think that boss is weak to gloom again. Are you kidding me? Try to offset that defense skill. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Admittedly, I think these IDs outspeed him enough that I'm not sure if that's going to be a problem. Maybe. Actually, hold on. Yeah, you're probably right. Let's see here. Alright, what's your stick? Fatal to Gloom. Unless this unit is... I see. Take 50% less damage. So yeah, this might be a tremor kind of thing, but... Then let's go with this. Then yeah, we'll just have everybody pour it on over here. Like, I think that'll work? Yeah, there we go. What do you want? What are you doing? Hi. Alright, and we're inflicting a lot of bleed, too. And by we, I mean Greg. Hi, come here. Come here, what are you doing? Yeah, that seems about right. Okay, come here. Ooh, this one's gonna be tight, but I think... Alright, let's try this with that. Actually, hold on. No, we'll do that there, and then we'll have this go here, and then you go there. And then we'll just let that one slip through. Just pour it on. Yes, good! Uh-oh. Never mind, we didn't get staggered, we're good. Perfect. Now get to punching. Close, but a pass is a pass. And with that, I think that was within acceptable tolerances. Excellent. Yeah, since I finally managed to roll heads at 45% sanity, Mr. Salt. Ah, directionless sloth, meaningless wrath, sinking on purpose. So this one's gloom and gluttony. Gloom and gluttony. Great. Nice, so nice indeed. Well, I mean, I can't not take the wild hunt, right? And then, let's see here. I know. Gun. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's probably my best Raji ID that I've got. I think it's pretty obvious who's gonna be the real. Next up is Goulet. Gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them, however, is that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Thought I could use Regret Frost on this mountain of hate since it gives tremor on shield hit, only to find out that I was dealing no damage. Same thing when I did Bamboo Kim with sinking. Ah! Unfortunate. That passive and thought defense down. Boy, was I wrong. Well, I'm terribly sorry to hear that. Ah, hang on a minute. What's this? Oh, hold on. Let me check here. Heathcliff, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Honenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these Pecatulum? Why don't we love them together like how you've paired up us sinners?" Ah! Running low on patience already. Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. It's standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I am also unhappy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told for the sake of proper test results. You make a valid proposition. What? Very well. I also fail to see the necessity in fighting these Pecatula one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, Assistant. Aww. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? We didn't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. The studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see. But I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? No, just, come on. This very carelessness is why I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Very well. Then allow me to explain Pecatula morositas. Morositatis. Morositatis. Okay. Gloom as well. Have you ever immersed yourself in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions. No matter how much you slash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto, all you find is futility, such as gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down. Especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Oh, sounds like a disagreement's brewing. Even after I've joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Though I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. Huh. I don't appreciate that, hearing from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. It's already... in you go. Your two assistants, you aren't exempt from the tests. Huh? Me too. Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick. I do oh look, they've even got a little... They've got the Memphis Napolese Thingamahoosin on there. I've been told that they're selling these over at the Ham Pang Pangs, but, you know, actually, I mean, who knows? Who knows? Someday. But, first things first, let me see here. Well, good news is I've got a Lament, Mourn, and Despair coming on deck, so I'm going to go for a power counter here, and we'll dominate this. Defeat the enemies before they self-detonate. Got it. As I recall, I don't believe these guys self-detonate, right? No, they don't. So we'll focus down these first, and we'll just I suppose we'll build up our yeah, I'm sure that'll be fine. Learn that the hard way. So though, I like this event so far. It's quite nice. Well, quite a skilled response. Perhaps you faced these forms of Pecatula in the past. Just pack the strongest IDs. Unga, then we bunga. Well, I hate to be the one to tell you, but I've just hopped on my fancy magic horse, and I am going to end you now. Good luck, though I'd wager as I progress, they're probably going to be a little bit more prone to exploding. Alright, well, now that I've got 2 Lament, Mourns, and Despairs, let's see here. So you're countering, so I'm just gonna ignore you, and then we're just gonna magic bullet you, and then we'll do this, and then hit you with that, and then we'll just pour the rest onto you. Yeah, actually, we'll have you do that. Maybe. Actually, yeah, no, we'll keep you there. We'll want that to go that way. Yeah, it should be fine. Probably. Lament. Oh, that was rather unfortunate. No, don't counter Autus. That's illegal, you know. Wait, hold on. They have something here. Oh, I see. They're gonna explode like in a turn or two. So let's, you know, let's stick them in the box. And then let's do this, and then let's do that, and then let's do this, and then let's do that. How much do we have coming in on that? Not enough. So I'll tell you what then, let's actually, you go. Yeah, that should be okay. It should be the operative, but let's find out. Oh, oops. Excellent. No explodies for them. And then hopefully this will actually, you know what? That ought to be enough, and we'll have more magic bullet built up for next round. Actually, I kind of think it. Yeah, we'll just do a one-sided counter and get back on the Dullahan. Oh no. Just get rid of him. Get him out of here. Excellent work. Wow, you're huge. Alright, let's see here. Take 80% less sinking damage. Yeah, that sounds about right. Unfortunately for you, you'll get shoved in this bag too, except you won't, because he outspeeds us across the board. So we're just gonna do that. Mm-hmm. And then, actually... Oh, yeah, no, this looks fantastic. Oh, you're just pouring it onto Porogia, aren't you? You're a rapscallion, ain't you? Oh, good luck with your offset dodge and this free sanguine desire. Just for you. I'm sure you've got ankles somewhere there. Oh no. Unbreakable coins. Cease. It's turned into a wider, unfortunate development. I think we'll be fine. Famous list. Okay, so now it's... What's its speed range? Do we know? I don't think we know. No, 2 to 5. Okay, so it just rolled high across the board last time. Alright, well then let's do a power counter of Lament, Mourn, and Despair. I think we'll... Oh no, that's only on 15 plus. Whoops. Well, I'm sure that'll be fine. Famous last words. Stop it. Don't hit my poor Heathcliff. Oh, and it's gonna explode next turn. Okay, well, let's just, go ham then. Let's try this, and one of these. I'm not entirely sure if we're gonna be able to clutch this one out. We might. We'll have to see. Oh no. Oh no. He didn't roll good. I think I saw a 400 somewhere around there, so that is very, Might have to go back to the drawing board on this one. I suppose beforehand, let's just take a look. Hooray! We won! Technically. I am gonna double back there because no, hold on, back over here. Alright, let me have a gander here. Big guy. What's your shtick? Body, don't know it's slash. Does have fatal. Interesting. So, envy. If I remember right, that would be. Yeah, found your charge too, and you'll get plenty of that. I guess I could go charge. And again, what does it deal? Because it was all bludgeoning? No, it's all pierce. Alright, so let's go back over here, take a quick gander. Nope, you're fatal to pierce. You're ineffective, so we'll keep you on tap. And then you have... You're normal. Maybe the rabbit? Maybe the rabbit core might be able to handle it. Just need to be very careful about my ammo management. I guess there's also Atelier, but I don't have the resources for that. And then you're... Oh, no, you're fatal to pierce. So maybe... I mean, maybe the magic bullet will work. In which case, let's just try basically the exact same thing, but we slightly altered things. As a treat. Oh. Excellent. Good. Hi. Can I help you? What's wrong? You want to have a seat? Oh, I know. Okay. Go for... I'll just offset those. Just get to pouring it on here. Excellent work, Heathcliff. All right, and then let's do this, do that. Perfect. All right, let's just try and get you out of the way then. You go that way, you go there. We're just gonna hope that that one perishes. Okay, 14 bullets, I think we'll be alright. And down he goes. Then we'll just hit win rate button on you. Because I think that'll be fine. Following the fact that I got 2 of the festivals will end though for this one. But that'll actually be enough to get yeah, that should be enough to get Body Sack online. Yes, indeed. Okay, so first things first then, let's take a look here. Just offset, actually I suppose, yeah, we'll offset you first. What's our speed here? Okay, it's 6 plus speed, so we get our extra coin power now, great. So then in that case, we'll let Body Set go that way, and then we'll have you clash into you, and then you go that way. Okay, and that should be perfect, I think. We're offsetting that evasion. Oh, gee. Okay. Okay, yep, and no dodge this time around, and I've got another full quick suppression going. So hopefully I'll just be able to bulldoze him this turn. You know what, in that case, if that's a cascading boom, let's just go with, let's just hit the damage button. Go hog wild. It should be fine. Famous last words. Ah, never mind, we're good. You know what they say, never send a wolf to do a rabbit's job. Very, very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits.
아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고 제2 권속으로서의 품위도 잃지 않게 하자.
Alright, next on the docket. Alright, let's see. Ishmael and Ryoshu. Let me... What is this one gonna be? The Dulled Harpoon. This one's gonna be Lust and Pride. Well, I mean... Might as well bring out Old Reliable.
자, 해골바 닥쳐라, 해파. 누굴 팰진 내가 정한다.
Well, they weren't too much trouble. Next up's you two. Get in there. With Ryoshu. Let's do this, I guess. S-T. What? She wants to switch teams. Really? Now. What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Your dulled harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dulled so much that I can doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. I'd much rather watch that blood fiend fight again. Thou speakest of me? That's, it is quite the pickle. Oi, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course. Of course not! You heard the man, let's go. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Lass, I thought I've been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. Picatulum superbiae. Wide. Hohenheim droned on as if the bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbol of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit. The wheel, in its boundless pride, rolls on in search of the perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends, nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? Can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It oft claims trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure. Someone like you, Hohenheim. Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is luxuriae, lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of peccatulum luxuriae lust is not exactly what it says on the tin. A more illustrated description would say that it is, yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self, a desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more to these concepts than just that. The word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding. To share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself. You seek to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad! I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There is never any dead air. Admit it, Heathcliff. All that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there. I like Heathcliff. So far, I'd say that Gregor's probably been my favorite thus far. At least of this. Ooh, and we're gonna get... Oh, that's great. Alright, let's dance. So the rest of these are collapsing in on Ryoshu, so let's... Let's get it on. Woo! That was a little concerning there. Yeah, I think we're gonna be just fine on charge count. Ah! Wait, what was the EX call? Hold on, I'll need to read that one sec. Do not take 10 hits during the encounter for each identity. Got it. Don't get hit. I suppose that includes, don't fry Ryoshu. Got it. Alright, let's just get this party started. Silence, wheel! Serious skullbuster! Boy, am I glad that they changed Reindeer Ishmael back with Uptype 4, which is, you know, I suppose about a year and a half ago now. No, not a year and a half ago. Yeah, about a year and a half ago. That was back near June? June sounds right. I need to double check though. I suppose then I don't really need to, yeah, it ought to be fine. Ta-da! And now we're no longer burned out. Should be fine. Ew! They're all gross and handsy. I don't like how big they are. Alright, let's see here. Which one of you has the scariest roll? You do, because you've got multiple numbers in there, and I don't like any of them. Favored? No thanks. I just ate. Okay, dominating across the board. Hopefully this all works out. Excellent. And ooh. That's a little concerning, so I'll tell you what, why don't we just hit you with that, and then we'll just hit you with this, and then you with that, and then we'll just actually, let's just try and get rid of you as quick as possible. Then you should be fine. Hopefully that'll be enough to bring him down. And if not, then oh well. I'll just get him with a serious skull buster next round. Well, I suppose they're dead anyway, because he'll lose when he rolls. Do you have an ibuprofen? I have a headache. And of course, one serious skull buster, and then we'll also just, you know what, we're just gonna put that over there just in case. Alright, I think a serious skull buster ought to handle it. Never mind, it's dead. I forgot he was condemned to die on account of his bleed. Whoops. Then anyway.
내 놈들 덕분에 내가 강해진 게 아니다. 내가 강하기에 내 놈들을 휘두르는 거지.
God, Ryoshu's so cool. Stinging! Each unit defeats the Pecatulum that has taken their shape once.
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
Oh, I know! Gun! Yeah, I'm sure this will be fine. Or, I could go with the Pontilus student, but I won't. We're just gonna take Gunsang. Verily, nigh is the time for young Yisheng and I to face the test. The nature of our trial shall take form as Pecatula Invidiae. I assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. Oh? Doth static shock have aught to do with envy? Anyone who has been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. I ill comprehend thine explanations. Ah, I see. To explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers, am I correct? Ah, verily! I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now imagine yourself at a convention of sorts in which the said illustrious color fixtures are holding an event to disseminate their autographs, and imagine that you are part of the excited queue. Oh, indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed. Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. Alack for woe! Fate playeth such a cruel jest on my pitiful soul! Now, do imagine what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you to receive yours, ere the chance was robbed. Well, hold on. There we go. Well, 'twould be quite the jealousy burning within mine heart, a painfully tingling sensation in my... You'll certainly enjoy explaining things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits after all. You two, quit the chinwag and get in there! Verily. Well, then onward to a new adventure. And I shall follow. Poor Dawn, never got anything at Fixer Con. Oh no! Well, I hate to be the one to... Oh, this one might actually be a wee bit tricky. Alright, well, we'll block for that. Because what's your, okay, yeah, I think we'll be. Blade lineage. Floaty. This is gonna have to hope that we... Oh no. Could we maybe not roll bad? Dawn. Thought I had to double check with the blade lineage Yusung didn't have Phil ego. I certainly hope that he doesn't, but I don't actually know. Actually, you know what? Can I check? Sangre de Sancho, Wishing Karen, Fluid Sac, and Based. Anyway. No, not you. Not you. There's gotta be. Oh, there we go. Nope. Good. Yeah. Well, either way, I mean, we're gonna have to call this one a mulligan on account of we, died. Very not great rolls. Yeah, whatever. Get back in there, you. Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be fine. Probably. I'm gonna say it was just a fluke. A fluke, a Flynn. Flynn? What am I talking about? Begin. Again. Oh, wow, and that's all... You know what, actually, come to think of it, I don't know why I had them clash with just each other. Oh. Oh no, and BL Dawn actually outspeed... Never mind, so then we're just gonna have to have, Yusung clash with, Actually, we'll start with this one first, and then we'll just go down the list. However, with us being so solidly outsped, we're just gonna hope that this works out. Ah! Okay. Don't scare me like that, Mr. Yusung. See, now that's kind of more what's supposed to happen, I think. Barring the whole... You're not filling me with great amounts of confidence, donkey. And then we'll just have Yusung just do nothing. I'm sure that you'll probably be able to beat them. There we go. Well, anyway, now it's... Hey. Oh no. Oh no, they're all collapsing in on Yisung, aren't they? Okay, hold on. Alright, let me take another look here. Okay, so they're all... Oh no. Oh no, indeed. So let's go with this, and then you're just gonna have to go with that. Because, Donkey's gonna have to, we'll go for a counter here. Yeah, as long as we roll well enough, we should be fine. Alright, let's hope this works. Okay, good. Okay. Ah! Uh-oh. That's better. A little close for comfort, though, that's for sure. Alright. Dogpile on Mr. Yisung. And we're just gonna do that, and then we'll just have you, gun down Donkey. There we go. Laughter shall subside. Perfect, excellent, delightful. Goodbye, Mr. Yisung. Rip-a-doodle ding-dong. Excellent work. Now to see how things go from here. Hooray! Yep, barely any damage taken. The price of curiosity. Clear within 10 turns. Oh no! Get the poise boys out. We're gonna need the big guns. Get everybody. Get all the important people out of here. Send in Pirate Gregor. Send in everybody. Because that scares me. Don't take my donkey away. Come on, man. We had a whole canto dedicated to this character development. Whatever. The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yisung, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment some time after we ran our final tests. Please vacate the room, people. Cleanup coming through. Apologies. Miss Don Quixote has ought to. Prithee, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Yet to were quite the hideous accessory to be forced upon Rocinante. I have tied them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante at her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting? Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It was a query posed towards Miss Faust, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collecting, huh? Good thing we're in a lab, too, or else are we gonna get another chance to do that? Oh, you fools. This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all kinds of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. Sure did. But that was but an independent decision called by Roshinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had aught to do with mine will. Well, you know, potato. I was already quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Thou shan't treat a person such as I like some useless shell. What if we slip their shoes off and on again really quickly? The standards here at the LCE department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if we were all measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell! You've indulged your predictable provocations enough, Honenheim. Seems unnecessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during that incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concern yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory also has a solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Very well. I will not force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concern, Sina's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only half a complete test result here. Utterly terrified? Terrified? And for your information, these research reports are started for at least a decade. Yes. We will have possession of a full record of your playing cards for at least 10 years. You fools. You clearly didn't read Don Quixote. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Outcome not applicable. Reason subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Roshinante deserveth a moment's respite as well. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before thee that Don Quixote is still Don Quixote in her core still without Roshinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Honenheim, if your employment at Limbus Company ever comes to a unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Yisang will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back onto your feet at a moment's notice, okay? I shall be on the ready. Beholded me not with such excessive anticipation, all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, seething. The 7-layered knot poses quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hadst thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness? I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course. There we go. Rest thee well, Roshinante. For I... Oh, no. The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Roshinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Manchaland? Or was it because we assumed that Roshinante was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote has accepted her past to Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred is like. I swear she's gonna just tear through the gut. We do. Mother. Oh, Mother. Our existence is death in perpetuity. Complete us. Fill our hunger. We pray unto you, fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans! The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. The voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct-given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, and shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserved to drink, I must. Dante? Dante, wake up! I'm not like the last time at that building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded. I have to. I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. Thirsty. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. Okay. Hey! I'm okay. I'm okay now. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. You keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... Yeah, we have some blood samples, if you need them. But have you been listening to what the executive manager's been saying? It's the combined thirst of every single kindred. Of you blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you're going to sit here and do nothing? I think it's just a matter of getting her shoes back on. Right, you sang, shoes! Shoes! Get those shoes back on her feet! I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible. So much power. Even in a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emaciation. What? You egged your own knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind, some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about all this? We've got to do something! You haven't even seen how hard the last hits! What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Good luck! Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Yeah. I really hope... Oh, no. Oh, she's got nuts again. Well, let's take a look here. Yearning for blood. My siblings call to me. Fixed panic. Reawakening joy of carnage. Oh. La aventura ha terminado. Ah, the end of the adventure. I see. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, good luck, everybody. Because that's a 10 with a plus 15. So let's, we're just gonna have to try that and hope that works out. She's gone completely bonkers! And she's completely sane! Oh no. I should have packed. Ah! 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 least she's not staggered.
자, 동료들이여. 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세.
Don Quixote hard blood arts. Yeah, it seems like it was gonna be a little concerning. Shivering Blood Fiend. Yep. Mark me down as concerned with a capital K. Yep. What has science done?
전투응대에 나선다.
Oh no. Okay. We're just gonna have to hope that we can punch through that shield before she enjoy this. Excellent work, skincare.
상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세나. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
Actually worked out wonderfully, I think, barring the whole like lot of bleed that we have now. But I don't really think we had much for better options. Especially now that she's got her scary theme back, and oh, this really wasn't. You're really not targeting Ryoshu at all this round? Okay, fine. Who is this one targeting then? Sinclair? Yeah, I think Sinclair will be fine then. Alright, well, I think we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to try claiming her bones, but, you know, listen, I mean, as stated before, like, Sancho's no joke. But, good old Blade lineage, at least, I think, has the potential to, maybe, just maybe, overcome this. Stop stabbing poor young Sinclair.
상황이 닥쳐도 포기하지 마세나. 저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
All right, we'll leave the yield my flesh on deck for now. Really? Still nothing? Okay. One's targeting Sinclair again. Well, then in that case, we'll clash with it, and then we'll see where this other topple's going. Mr. Salt? Well, I mean, actually, hold on. I have an idea. I don't think some is the word that we're looking for. Because if we're going off of, let's say, like, Vampire the Masquerade rules, I would say that her inheriting of his dream might have counted as more of a bit of diablerie. Or the fact that she's, like, still the equivalent of an antediluvian horror. Because, you know, a second kindred would mean, you know, third generation, because she's, like, a step. Since she's 2 steps away from the source. Oh no, oh no. Don't lose clashes against Sancho. It's not good for our longevity. There we go. Now we can start dancing. I'm just glad the donkey here has got my, oh no, I should have, Well, I'm sure I'll be able to cook off, Pursuance or maybe a Fluid Sac here before too long. Alright, dogpile on Sancho.
배는 맛은 있는 편이 좋은데.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed though that we, or rather, I guess not impressed, but quite surprised that we
저들의 공격은 우리의 투지를 꿰뚫을 수 없을 테니.
get to throw down with the. All right, let me think here. Well, I mean, I can go for that again, but we're definitely gonna get staggered this turn, or at least some of them are. Which is gonna be unfortunate, but really, not targeting. Oh, I swear, she's just too fast. Alright, well, first things first. Yeah, let's just hit you with a fourth. Actually, maybe not a fourth with flames, but maybe a fourth match flame. Fourth match flame will help. That'll at least break the things down to 2, guaranteed. There's one. These, and then... Ah, there's one. Okay, how much more juice do I need for these? Need one more set of bloom. So we can do this, and then... grab one of these, and then we'll do that. Alright, let's hope this works. Ay, ay, ay.
예술의 황홀경이지.
So it does also seem that, what's the word? Oh, that quite clearly, oh, I guess maybe we're not actually getting staggered off of that. I probably should have read the effect a little bit more then. But it's certainly, you know, death by 1,000 cuts. Not entirely sure how much more of this we can take before, I'm gonna have to start seeing if I can churn out some healing egos. Well. Uh-oh. Unopposed because you're too darn slow, of course. Regret. Oh no. Well, we're just gonna have to hope, because I guess I can't redirect this one. Never mind, I could, but everyone's just too darn slow. Which is not good. Actually. I mean, a 38. No, that'd be struggling. I don't. Alright, we're just gonna have to have a little faith. Trust in what is cast. Or maybe that we could stagger her. Who am I kidding? We're not gonna be able to stagger her. Oh no! Please no! Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Okay, never mind. I think we're in cutscene land, so... I must. I have to be the mother to all of them. The family's thirst. It's... No, my young lady. You needn't be the mother of anyone here. Here. You're a sinner. Nothing more. I I mean, the fact that she still clashed with him at least once. Ugh. I will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the first kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Well then, I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turned the clock. After some time passed. Oh! It's nice to know that even, granted, I mean, we did end up beating her down pretty heavily, but even that Virgilius was sweating after that is concerning. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness, or did something affect your memory? Manager, Esquire, my memories were fine. I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. The voices. Voices of my family. But the blood fiends of La Mancha Land are all in these shoes. Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha Land was killed when the amusement park collapsed. In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is correct. But I cannot well explain how. The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I recognized some of them. Some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. Seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was struck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural, because I am a blood fiend. Thus the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, then I hurt you all, as Don Quixote the Blood Fiend, a higher kindred. Not Don Quixote, a sinner and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, it's... No such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. Yes, the higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while with vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge. I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wick attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events has demonstrated. Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? Oh no, it seemed like he was only in it to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the auspice of opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with much new information. Certain analyses can be done by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends and this very experiment. Let us discuss this last you experienced first. For example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The Manchengan kindreds have been completely eradicated due to the events at La Mancha Land. But you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I aim to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply. Their on-site investigation reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, this thirst, is something that may well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold on sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibilities, the pressures, the duty of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endless exacerbating thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere words thirst does quite the insufficient job describing the intensity with which you have lost control. That this was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature, I truly do, but I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare feet and feel the earth under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would quite literally throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, yet with the efforts from the subject herself and the efforts from various other environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of effort, really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha Land. My deepest apologies, dear friends. Forsooth, I shall ever preserve to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. Last, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to preserve, and that's what you're going to persevere towards. Ugh. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. Ah, Manager Esquire. Perchance, is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? What do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well, then. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away, as though nothing had happened. I'm very glad for Heathcliff I mean, yeah, as brusque as he can be, I'm glad that he's got, excellent work, Mr. Salt. So what was the, clear within 10 turns? Oh, okay. I guess there was a bit of a race against the clock there. Holy George, man, we've been getting a lot of things. Censored! No donkey! My God, I can't believe it. Do not, under any circumstances, remove that vampire's shoes. Well, now that that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. Onenheim placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means... Indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh. And what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you're all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... Oh, there's plenty of significance, alright. We've all got to know who's the big boss. Now, this is but a speculation, the worst case scenario. We must know which of us has to be the most right, and... We must know which of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners, in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. Hey, that's I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which of them would be at the apex of this scale, were they to be measured by their strengths prior to their employment. I mean, alright, if I had to... If I had to say... I'm gonna put probably Don Quixote, definitely at the top, of course. Given that she, was, even after she was roughed up a bit, was able to give, Virgilius a run for his money. Then who would be next? Hey, you know what? I'm gonna say that Sancho's at the top. Rather, Donkey's at the top. But anyhow, we'll at least see. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... Dante, don't. It is interesting how every collective has the desire to get a clear picture of the pecking order. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons, such as scoring higher than they did on a test. You're not speaking from personal experience, are you? Thus, I believed that trying to conceal the outcome of the tests from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line give a standing in signifies that very order you are so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There's a long, long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turn to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. Interesting. Oh, wait. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my fathoms, yet I yearned still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the tests of this day paint a picture of both my qualities. Thus spoke I, Yisang. Yisang, I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. Yisang, it's the other way around. Yes, the line was made from my point of view. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Huh. You know, I figured that Mr. Salt was definitely like in the upper percentile, but fourth is quite interesting. Also, Autus and Rio. I mean, I suppose Autus, because, she's... Yeah, I mean, no, that makes sense. Maybe not necessarily in physical strength, but, Odysseus was, went toe-to-toe with the divine. At least intellectually. Well, maybe not the divine, but, like demigods. They're technically still divine. From there, the sinner wielding that oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. Well, you said some cool words, though. We got this, right? Isang? Well, it is quite the bashful occasion to be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? Yeah, well, what a surprise. The 500-year-old vampire is the strongest among the crew. Yeah. Oh, my poor boy. He's been getting sand. He's been getting the short end of the stick this whole... Alright, hold on. Don't seem to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Otis mumbled through gritted teeth. Well, forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. 'Tis often the case with such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. Ugh. Really happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. Yeah, I even forgot my own placement in that order. No, I mean... Fellas, I wasn't even a part of the list. Oh, Roger! Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. No, come on now. Don't be so mean to my poor bug boy. Be mean to him. He's been through a lot, man. His mother's like our current nemesis, who's recruiting myriad of old women. Of evil old women. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. Oh no. I guess somewhere around my level, probably, or Heathcliff's. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. I don't know, I think he's probably like... Yeah, that's a good question. I mean... Because if he and Autus, let's say, were on, like, opposing sides of this... I think it was the Smoke War, right? I'd say that he's probably somewhere up there. Like maybe not... You know, we'll put him, like parallel with Mr. Salt for right now. Ah! Yosusin is that bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. I really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be irresponsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential. That, potential, is it? Does that mean I could also be first place if all goes well? It could very well be so of us, given the definition of potential. Let not this query harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. It was funny, getting consoled by the guy who placed last. Oh, poor Greg. But at the very least, I mean... Alright, now let's see what's next on the docket. New classification codes. Hooray! Well, at the very least, he doesn't need as much babysitting as good old Sun Shower. Ouch. Nah, I'd still say that Sun Shower Heathcliff's probably got the most, like... Who knows? This one's plot potential, which is much more intriguing. Next we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Heh, even that bloody governess gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corps, our classification system had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former L Corps measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced the more energy, but the destructive capabilities were not a part of the criteria despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively low risk levels despite their potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. We're an energy company at the end of the day. Makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former Elco's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on and on in the intro. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortions, risk levels, and classification codes. Oh, how interesting. So, whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivete with which you ask me that question. Us. It's us. Sinners without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec, aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? It's all just to... in order to research the distortions, right, we gotta... The other way around, assistant. We've got to do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. Hohenheim's really got you wrapped around his finger, you know that? According to the LCD on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existing individuality is replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Thus, it is impossible to bring back as a distortion that is already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. So, a distortion like that Time Ripper fella will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched. If you're referring to the subject HE-7-PI-20-01, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course, because that particular subject isn't contained here, so I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into an abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh? Didn't Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim of the entity to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found the time-whipping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. Wait, so that HE-something is the new classification code format? Indeed! Because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape of a distortion, we have decided to forego that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and expected damage scale. Sin affinities, PI, must refer to Pigritia, sloth. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of Pecatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process. If we're being technical here, I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that as Pecatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomenon and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one to one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing. I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the enkephalin production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to those of us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage that Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage with these entities in battle. While this time Whipper poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapons means that they can immediately deal a nigh-fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike. That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6 from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that this is not a perfect system and these values are there only as references. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before their classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than the monolith? One with the highest potential values among Limbus Company's businesses. Thus, the development of transportation, management, and processing methodologies of the monolith is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. Ah, great danger! But wouldn't you say that we are beset by danger at all times? The arbitrariness of deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree to which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city, just like the Golden Vow, at first only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the back streets, to now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague. We also learned that they have become rather high-priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research, expedition, and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the process and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts, because we may have had to confront the wings directly if that's the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned to a city threat level? Leshy, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? Oh, it's still going. We're at the almost at the end, I think. I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going against the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time, just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Well, let's see. From Canard to Star of the City, I suppose your assignment would be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Not SOC yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you wanted to be given a threat level. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Indeed, all our advantages will be moot upon the manager's death. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I am impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you have faced thus far. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incident with the fixer Siegfried or Big Brother Ricardo. I read from your report. Should this third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? No. The flaw of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well, whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a star of the city threat at some time in the future, but do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please don't forget that this is only true so long as you have Limbus Company's backing. But yep, it's going well. We ended up throwing down with Sancho, and oh no, a dungeon! Actually, what else is over here? Is there anything fun? Oh, that looks concerning. Huh. But yeah, as you can see, we've got a Don Quixote 1984. And then we've got things scattered around. Oh, I suppose in that case, let's just put back on our. Oh, right, no, hold on. You know what? Yeah, we'll take it. We'll just. It's gonna be a bit of a pile team, but I suppose it'll be. Elpek, Ting Tang Gang, Onglu, and we won't take Captain Ishmael. Let's just take maybe Spy Association. I think that would be fun. Not quite yet. Apparently now we're going into a dungeon. So, yay! Well, we are almost done with the regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned thus far, and for me to prove my hypotheses. What hypothesis are we talking about? No need to worry. My hypotheses have never been wrong. Most of the time. This experiment is entirely my own design and supervision. And I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosities and instincts as a researcher. Guys, I have a feeling we're not going to like where this goes. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but... don't you worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you! Relax! I understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear if you're going to force us to distort saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on. I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... Figured I said that. That was foolish of me to say. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing that right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. No, I ain't curious. It ain't a very pleasant experience either. Oh, stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. You just end up turning into a peccatulum. Could end up becoming a peccatulum. Just another one of the fodder we slaughtered our way through for the tests earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of peccatulum I would turn into. He bet on Goulet, I on Invidier, and her on Prigitier. But how could you... think about it like this. If I were to become a peccatula, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at the precise time, consider to be losing. But the mere fact of turning into a peccatulum grieves me of any value to life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transport me to a containment unit, but I disagree with that decision. I would like to ask that you dispose of me on this spot. I am well aware that I am not the kind of congenial person who earns favor at the first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind, therefore I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a peccatulum, it may as well be that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the peccatulum, a mere byproduct. But what if something unexpected happens? Talking about your life here, don't you have any manuals with backup plans, or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip. Heads or tails. It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe that there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk poring day and night over books and paper, isn't it? If it's tails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully distort, we would be halfway to success. For the first time, I am feeling quite the envy for you all. Wish I could be a witness to my very own distortion. If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I recently came to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Then the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon of the Phantoms, and you will progress through the Mirror Dungeon, as you have always done when facing a distortion, to reach into its deepest fathoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Texas section. And once you've made it that far, it is likely that you will find me unconscious, or if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious. Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-headed Kim was brought back as well. Bamboo-headed Kim? He's recovered? He's here? Uh-oh. He is safely contained within our facilities. It seems that they are ready to activate the monolith. I am confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that. Well, you're not a Peccatulum. Indeed. And I can still hear them. Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'll be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back, no matter what. I also do, I feel like with a name like Hohenheim, I have to go for like the, because this is actually really bad. You know? Commander says that we will bring him back, no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well, please, take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Messel? It will be done as you commanded. Result nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes, potentiality, anticipation, right hand. The moment Mersault uttered them, the all-too-familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. Past I never wanted to share, the past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment. However, I needn't expose every little detail of it. It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Dun, dun, dun. I can't believe it. He was a feather all along. We're at the starting point of the Dungeon of the Fathoms. We find ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. If you have scored below 100% synchronization rate in the aptitude test, please only take a single ego from here. An ominous warning sign greets us all, and the same words repeat ceaselessly from the speaker. The sinners all go to take a look, enticed by the sign telling us that we can pick up ego gears here, but all that we find are ego gifts. But these ain't ego gears. These are them gifts or something, right? It appears that ego are manifest here in the shape of ego gifts. Can't we just take them all? This is a dungeon in the Fathoms. As it differs from the usual mirror dungeons, it is highly advisable that its rules are followed. What should we do? Oh, I know! You know what? Give me the cleaning solution spray. Illusory hunt. Alright, thanks. Mostly benefits burn and rupture IDs. Yeah, I had a feeling. Alright. Though at least with you know what? Let's just go with, well, in that case, we'll just take these. I'm sure this will be fine. Aha! Oh, gross. What's going on with them? Good. It appears that I can sense these with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the Fathoms, and bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You. Us. What is it they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a dungeon of the Fathoms. Well, then do something about it. I've got to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this. Like that library, able to have every book in existence. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're gonna have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. It can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. Diplomacy has failed. Team, unite up. Roger! Interesting. Are they, what an interesting, Teeth, lantern, censored courage. Ah. I see. Well, I suppose in that case... Oh yeah, let's just hit that win rate then. Let's get this party started. I'm sure you'll be fine. Yeah! These are real lob tunes. And it looks like we're not going to be slow starting this time around, which is great. At least illusory hunt will certainly help whenever we inevitably run into a Great job, Sinclair. Yeah, we're just gonna let the ego off the leash here real quick. Yep. I think we just had Sinclair be victim to that one. So I'm gonna blame that on him rolling poorly. Given that Phil Clare needs a lot of babysitting. I think Ryoshu also almost lost to that one, but luckily she managed to botch it out. Uh-oh. Sorry, you two. That's what I get for mindlessly clicking win rate, but I like to mindlessly click win rate. It makes me happy. Ah! Okay.
아무것도 아닙니다.
Good stuff. Alright, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm gonna say let's take the low road. Several researchers are moving about busily in a hectic-looking laboratory. Yeah, no, I saw that one. It was... As we stood there gawking at the mess, someone walked up to the sinners. Get out of my way! Actually, you know what? Perfect timing. Eat this. Come on. We don't have much time until the clinical trial report deadline. Just eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it. Get yourself an egg and beat it. Have some more chicken, have some more pie. It doesn't matter if it's boiled or fried, just eat it. Urzu's face lights up with surprise as soon as they take a swig of the researcher's potion. The potion seems to have alleviated a degree of stress from Ryoshu, their eyes practically twinkling. Clinical trial was a success. Thanks for volunteering. Please take this. It's one of our newest lines of medicines. The enhancer MK4. Neat. Drugs! Performance enhancers! On ahead with the final coin against enemies with 15 rupture potency when using a base attack. Blah, blah, blah. Uh-huh. Fascinating. I'm gonna pretend like I read that. We've got more plot here. So, just in case. Just in case. Better to be safe than sorry, right? So, how do we know this guy's actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own fathoms. But, Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the fathoms. We will see through it with Dante's powers, whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this, then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself, one of the few perks of being an elite researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? I'm Mr. Hohenheim. Well, let me think. Don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Ah, whichever is the case. I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? What now? If you are, please do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would happen. 3 months, not a bad record for working with other workplace conflicts. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank you for picking me, some dude from the back streets, to work here. I heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my, what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before. Know what I mean? Ah, but it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A Ving does not hire people from the back streets for something so insignificant. While this information has never been publicly available, Lobotomy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. And in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the back streets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now, feel free to leave my office. Hey, I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask Mr. Hornenheim. You always enjoy being alone. It may come as a surprise to you, but I am very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. Hey, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. You believe in potentialities, Hornenheim. What an unrelentingly stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living large in a nest, changing my world little by little. Kind of like how a thing like me managed to snag out a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. So, I'm thinking here that I want to stick around in your circle. To bring about such drastic changes to one's life is in the realm of feasibility for an exceptional researcher like myself, indeed. But you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities, and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal things like potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like probability theory anyway. So, I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Want to know something about me? The kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation, you get me? Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the back streets. Or was that a thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage. I'll tell you what, read your mind, screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever, as long as it's based on hard logic. Want to shoot for the Department of the Year award? Together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain NUI back then. And in hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You were, as the remnants of my past come back to haunt us. Perhaps it is I who they truly wish to hurt. It's a sheep! Oh, they're all defending. Great. Well, then I say let's, you know what, actually? Let's shoot for the moon then, shall we? Great job, Greg! I know you tried your best. Some eat sheep. Meat. Yeah, there we go. Alright, go get him, Sinclair. It's up to you. Barring the fact that he didn't really get too much, meat. As opposed to our electric dreaming sheep. Help! Oh, jeez. Well, his ego's still holding, but... Yikes. Yeah, that thing's quite dangerous. So, I mean, at the end of the day... Oh well. I'm sure he'll be just fine. So then at this point, we're basically just using Philip as a meat shield. Finally here, the Department of the Year award. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. You notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know. Well, because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. Same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Department of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet, all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of Lobotomy Corporation. Part 1. You left us. So I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me, even as the words come out fragmented. Yeah, left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. All of the former L Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. Wait. What is this sound? Whole structure's quaking. What the hell is... Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down, 95, 94. Escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding rather callous, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crises such as this is usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some who prioritize the fairness of the process may settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape. And in more barbaric groups, the survivor would be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I'm glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence. So, I make this argument a suggestion before you. Compare yourselves, whose sole final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good on your debt payments. And me, who has produced several groundbreaking epochal theses and research results at such an early age, whose life in your eyes is of greater worth. Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed 90 seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and supported the escape pod elevator, and survived. How could you? Without even a hint of remorse? Wrath is a hideous emotion. I'm here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The Elcorp branch within Hohenheim's Dungeon of Phasms begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that's over with. I invite you to face me, the distortion, and the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. Can't possibly be all there is to it. Boy, I sure hope that it's not a multi-floor dungeon. Otherwise, I'm going to be mildly concerned. Never mind, there's just quite a fair few fights ahead. I'm going to go down again. We see the Fey Lantern within the containment unit. Never mind, I've made a horrible series of errors. Cyan-hued fairy flutters towards the wiry ancient branches of the tree and softly lands on one of them. The branch seating the fairy sways as though to entice us to get closer to them. Bright, countless yellow eyes glimmer from the shadows beneath its roots. What a beautiful specimen, this Fey Lantern. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. Still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from the Fey Lantern? Midwinter Nightmare! I hit on the money. You know your Fey Lantern. But that's not all. Recently it's been giving out these things too. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have run into a kindred soul. Receive a bony twig. Seems to have come directly from the Fey Lantern itself. Twigs! Twiggies. Alright, then we'll go... I guess we'll go down this way. We'll stick to the focused encounters. Oh, I know. Let's, Actually, yeah, this will be perfectly fine. We'll just put, Sinclair on the bench for right now, because he's, a little bit this close to, like, violently exploding and being dead. Yeah, this looks a lot more my speed. No 14 plus roll. No big rolls, they scare me. Also, since, you know, I've got the, yeah, this will work. Yeah, more than I'm thinking about it, I don't even really know what concavity is. I don't think if I've seen that ego gift before, it just wasn't important enough for me to remember it. Ergo, I don't think I've ever seen it. Alright, yeah, great discussion. Now get in the box. And that one's just dead. Alright, and let's get this party started. Should be fine, this will work, and then we'll just pour it on you a little, and then one more on you. Not that I think you're not going to be staggered by the time that we're done here. Famous last words. So it seems Mr. Gregor has been hitting himself a little hard with the lash, so I might... Yeah, we're just gonna go with a win rate. Since we wouldn't get enough to heal. Choose the lower event node next. Oh, so they're fixed this time around, eh? Though, yeah, I'm definitely going down this way because I'm gonna stick with the focused encounters. Because those other ones frighten me. On account of they, you know, almost bludgeoned poor Phil Clare to death. Would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for them meddling kids. And that stupid dog! Anyway. Stab, stab, stab! I will say though is that I feel like Sancho's like one of the best looking IDs that we've got. So I do like Ryoshu's coat in this one, but I've always had a soft spot for red eyes. Or the spider. The big scary spider. And the multiple smaller spiders. I've also just got a very, I've got a soft spot for scarves. A simple creature I am, perhaps, but a contented creature I will always be. Hooray! Alright, let's take a look in a book. Several messy, frantic letters are carved into the wall with knives. I can practically feel the sheer horror and desperation from their writers, from the wild letters. Upon closer inspection, the deep marks tell a tale written in terror. Warming us the monsters, I hear them, they're breathing, they're gonna kill us all. Save me, please, someone save me, anyone save me, I don't want to die, please! Fear is what drives men to madness. The monsters are near. I can feel the rumble of their feet. They are coming. There are some unfinished sentences written on the wall. Death has carved deep marks between them. Well, let's go poke around then, shall we? I wonder who's gonna be able... Oh, never mind. Oh, I know! Mr. Salt! Thanks, Mr. Salt! Noticing something, Marcel points to an area on the wall. There's a small crack between the countless scribbles and letters. I carefully reach my hand into the opening and... Aha! I can feel the tip of my fingers brushing against a card. Someone must have hidden it in there. This might come in handy later. Woohoo! Operation Authorization card. During the encounter, when an ally retreats or is defeated, apply 3 random blah 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 blah. Fascinating. Turn start, 3 allies. How nice. Might actually help with the Earl King. Actually, it'll probably help a fair bit with the Earl King. Well, no time like the present. We've arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fails the suppression, place me in the containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward. Hohenheim, do you still believe in that potentiality? I do. So it keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from them earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in the world that's worth working toward. Oh. Alright, it's time for our regularly scheduled throwdown. Let's take a look here. He's got poise. Establish hypotheses. Does not count damages taken by shield HP. Alright. Ooh, yeah, this is a good reef. Siphon 10 SP. Ooh, yeah. Alright. Well, I suppose then let's get this beatdown started. Considering we all outspeed him, we're not gonna have to worry about his gun! Enjoy that! Man, he's almost got as much HP as Sancho. Oh, hello there! Yes, we are doing just dandy so far. We're almost at the end of the new Limbus Company event. We just need to, you know, put this sad little German boy in a box. Oh, and he's got Alright, so now what's going on here? Conduct analyses. Well, I think I've got only counters. That's hindsight's 2020 here. Ah, I see. And at least we've got Dark Flame rolling. So I'll tell you what, let's go with... Yeah, we'll just have you handle this. The rest of you we can pour it on here. We still do outspeed him, though I might go for a power counter here. Get back on the Dullahan! Ouchie. Oh no. Alright, get back on your wolf, Heathcliff. It's high time for showtime. Alright, now what's he up to? Anything interesting happening to me lately? Ah, well, you know, I mean the plot's certainly going. I mean, I'd say that this is about as interesting thus far. So I will go for. Is it working? We'll make sure that that's offset. Definitely gonna need to. I think we can punch through that shield. That's a hard maybe. Now that I'm looking at it. Nah, we got this. I was not entirely sure what's causing old Gregor to bleed out so much. I mean, I should be sure. Oh. Bigger extinction sequence. Fascinating. How concerning. Let's go with a little bit of patch job here with Roja. Oh, never mind. He's got a lot of health. He's doing just fine in the health department. I'm sure he'll be okay. Oh! Oh no! Everything is lies, brother! Everything is lies! I must have misread that one. That's what I'm gonna say. Plagues your mind, manager. Your suppression efforts seem to be smooth sailing. It is exactly as we have seen, manager. Save for a few parts that were censored, I concealed nothing from your view. Oh, my apologies. It is exactly as you have seen, manager. Save for a few parts that were censored, I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I have committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Your favorite genre? Yeah, it's a great question. Guess I don't really have a favorite genre. I suppose for games in general, I'm quite partial to TTRPGs. At least I play a lot of them. What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? You know, I think I'll go with the shield passive. Faust relayed my words to Hohenheim. Running away! An interesting point. But allow me to retort. My choice was not to run away. To deny and evade what has happened is too pathological a choice, isn't it? I am very well aware that the only way to solve a problem is to face it head on. Which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. When an issue arises, or in very rare cases where I do find myself in a tumult of emotional nature, I first attempt to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions. Expressing fury and anger is a plain waste of resources. But I must admit one thing, now that I have conducted some level of cold introspection. I will admit that it wasn't entirely mature of me to censor so much of my patterns. Of course, this does not mean that I will now remove the censored memories. My ego is not so feeble as to be shaken by a few words. I didn't really understand most of what Hohenheim was talking about, but I can't shake that this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions. inadequate defense mechanism. Good. Alright, let's pour it on. Maybe. Feel like this will work. 15+3. Curious. You know what? Let's go for a yeah. Go for the apple. One big apple, please. And then I think we'll be alright. Oh, well, I appreciate it. Truly, I do. And let's go for power counter. No, I think we're gonna have to go for body sack. Hello. And you might be able to. No, struggling. Interesting. Very concerning. Oh, let's swing. Oh, it's probably because of the observations, right? More. There we go. Especially since now he's got enough to crit every time, which is... Aha! Ah, great. More salesmen. Alright, let's just click, yeah, no, we're just gonna burn through some of these, burn through the weaker stuff. Hopefully we'll be able to run into a serious skullbuster. Not entirely sure, though, if it's gonna be enough to... Good question. Yeah, no, he's tough as nails, but I think... I mean, we can almost get him to stagger. Also doesn't help that, yeah, no, he's got poise out the wazoo. But as long as I can outspeed him... Yeah, okay, good. So, then here's the plan. First, we do this. And then we do this. And we're just gonna pour it on, because all I need to do is deal like 120 odd damage to it. And you know what? Let's hit him with the... Let's hit you with a fluid sac then, shall we? We're just gonna push through down here and, yeah, hopefully that'll work. What's your... Okay, and he's got regular resistances across the board. I think we can stagger. I think we can break the shield here. Ah, that's that good stuff. Good work, Gregor. Now he's back up to almost full health. Ah! You're very, very scary, you are. You know that, Mr. Boss? Ah! Stop that. Don't hit people. That's illegal. Seems like there's something... Oh, sorry. It seems that there was something else you would like to tell me. Very well, you may go ahead and ask. I'm prepared to answer any of your questions. I can feel Hohenheim's gaze lingering on me. What should I say this time? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? Let's weaken that poise passive of his. Yeah. So the good news is everyone's still standing. Because it also doesn't seem like since I broke the coin, he wasn't allowed to stagger us. Thus relayed my words to Hohenheim. I see how you may have arrived at that conclusion, but you are incorrect. I have already done much contemplation regarding that matter, and have definitely concluded a long time ago that I indeed have done no wrong. Let me say this in advance, that I am a rare breed of researcher who detests the study of probabilities and statistics. I, Hohenheim, am not the kind to make irrational suggestions such as drawing lots to see who gets to survive. I am not the kind to partake in barbaric contests of strengths to survive either. Indeed, there was no other recourse. My only option was to come up with an argument that was ultimately vain before the urge to survive, arguing for my survival on the grounds that I was the most useful one out of us all. However, they all made a rather objective decision for me. They overcame their base desires for mere survival and made a forward-thinking decision for the future. So, I have no reason to believe what I did was wrong. It shouldn't be wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. This wasn't a sin. Even as Hohenheim defended himself, it seemed as though some sense of responsibility was pulling him down. Especially those last words. I could barely sense his usual air of confidence. Maladaptation! Yeah, that'll work. Granted, yeah, I did. I mean, hey, Heathcliff's just getting to stay on his Doulahan for the entire time, so that's fine. And, oh, well, yeah. This one isn't going to be pretty for you. Something tells me we might actually push him down to stagger. Yep. Means we're almost going to get a full turn. Or rather, 2 full turns of stagger damage on. Never mind, he's dead. Stick a fork in him. He's done. Gregor, take us home. Great job, Greg. Ha ha. Escape pods to the surface are here. There's only 1 seat left. The same that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look. I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. But what I want to believe is that you found the hope in potentialities because of me. A hope and anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin. Not without everyone. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you... Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time. Some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering. Nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Fathom slowly beginning to close. Ah! Oh! Oh, my poor little German boy! Ah! I've returned. Safe and sound. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. How dare you, Fish? You speak for none of us. Because it's not easy to put my face in games, not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting of a researcher to be so, but it is quite romantic. It is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. It seems that the classification for my distortion was HE-5-SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let's move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. Well, we'll meet again, right? Ew. Oh, thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, I didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre, but they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events at the LCE, we returned to the bus where Charon and Virgilius were waiting for us. I still can't believe it, man. But dreams of chronic and sustained cruelty. Great work, Donkey! Oh, is that it? Oh. Well, let's just collect these real quick. And let's go check our rewards. Let's get Mr. Yisang. Wow!
그리고 온 김에 이 실험 결과 정리를 도와주게. 끝내기 전까지는 돌아갈 수 없으니 도망은 포기하시고.
Yep. Alright, then of course we're also just gonna examine this again. Thank you. Perfect. Oh, right, I should probably actually, I mean, it'll come to us eventually. Any other interesting? Ah, yes. Thoracalgia Ryoshu. I don't know. I'm gonna say it's probably something to do with he'll turn into like a common rider. Yeah. Because, you know, they got a lot of beetle aesthetics. Well, aside from that, I don't really have much else. Let me go and take a look here. I mean, nah, I think I still like the your hollow and juvenile luncheon. Yeah. These are all important questions. Well, I mean, if I remember right, is that in the prologue, you know, he was dragging them back out of hell. At least that's the way that I interpreted that. With his big door. Let me, actually, you know what, come to think of it, let me, where is it? No, I guess I don't have the big door CG. But either way, because I don't know. I think it's odd. I mean, maybe. These are other important questions. Still, though, I'm very pleasantly surprised that we got to Duke with, or rather, throw down with Berserk Sancho. will all come back to us. But Sancho was fun. Neat stuff about the more lore about the Blood Fiends, which is cool. And let's see here. Hodenheim was fun. He was a delight, a treat. Easily, I'm going to say like my favorite. Yeah, no, this is. I'll be honest. I'd say that it's probably my second favorite because I'm gonna put Yield My Flesh as my number one, but that's because I love Bamboo-Headed Kim. He was my favorite. He was one of my favorite fights in Library. He was one of my favorite cards, and I just like his aesthetic. I really like his aesthetic. Now, if we do get a Hohenheim ID, I mean, I'm gonna probably say it's, you know, actually, maybe the irony, Heathcliff. I'm gonna say if I had to choose, yeah, I'm either gonna say Heathcliff or Gregor. Maybe Sinclair, because, you know, he can pull off glasses every now and again. But I suppose that's neither here nor there, and that's for like 2 cantos from now. 2? Yeah. And yeah, well, I don't really have much else. I'm gonna go and make some food. So I'll scatter you guys to the winds here. Actually, let me just grab these real quick. I'll need to do my thread luxavations later. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, what's nice is that we'll get the voiced Yield My Flesh soon. But who knows? Who knows? More delicious identities might be coming to us. Perhaps. Or perhaps not. I'll take the egos. But anyway, let me go and poke over on the Twitch side of things. See if there's anyone that I can send those lads off to. Nope. It's like Jun. Good question. But actually, I'm pretty sure Gregor got the Jun equivalent. But I am eager to see more of the Kurakumo clan. Or the Shi. Because I also really like Shi. They're also one of my favorite like archetypes for the Limbus decks. But either way, I'm gonna scatter to the winds. Thank you all again very much for attending. I do sincerely appreciate it. And I hope to see you. I mean, also more Leo, but I get the feeling like it's gonna be a hot minute before we see like the likes of Zhao and Lowell and the other 3 whose names escape me. I'm sure I'll remember them in time. And maybe the Index too. Either way though, fun stuff, but I think we're still a little small fish for right now. Yeah, we're only out to go and scrap with like antediluvian vampires. But either way, goodbye everybody! I hope to see you again, either in the next Limbus Company stream or whatever I'm doing tomorrow, because I have no idea. I mean, I probably have some vague idea, but I'll have to get my think thonker on. Barring any type of medicinal or familial, or if the power goes out, because that would be a potential. Anyway, bye! Get out of my house! Da-da-da-da!